Dip-a-doo-doo. Well, here we go again. One more time. Let's run it back. We're at it again. One more time. We're gonna celebrate. Celebrate and dance so free. Music's got me feeling so free. One more time. All right, everybody. We're back again. It's Saturday. Saturday, the 9th of November. Wasn't Halloween just yesterday? Wasn't Halloween just the other day? What's going on with the perception of time? All right, everybody, welcome back. Welcome back. Saturday, November 9th, 2024. We're back again in the brain domain. Hello, welcome in. Find a seat. I forgot to tell you this was bring your own chair. Whenever I invited you out to this asteroid, I forgot to tell you that I don't have any chairs. I hope you brought a chair, or maybe like a blanket or a yoga mat or something. If you want to sit on the floor, that's fine. Got plenty of rocks to sit on. Welcome back, everybody. I woke up and it was rainy. It just feels like a sleepy day to me. Been on the warpath lately. You know, just feeling a little bit revved up ever since the election. I mean, if I'm being honest, I've been revved up for the past 8 years. But I would say today is a day for peace. Today is a day for peace. I remembered to slow cook the ribs today. I've got the ribs in the oven. I'm gonna let them ride all day at 225. Today's a day for chili. We just had some chili on Sunday, but it's definitely chili season. I'm struggling to do much today, but I did a decent amount already. I went to Dutch Bros and Taco Bell, and now I'm playing Animal Crossing New Hope. That's already 3 things. Also, it's your day off. It's your day off. Is there anything else you wanted to get done this weekend? Anything around your living space that you've been meaning to get around to? Honestly, like once you get your house or your apartment or your room or whatever, you know, your living arrangements are, once you get it like relatively caught up, it really is so easy to just like keep it clean once it's already clean. Because then you're basically just doing maintenance and it just takes 5 minutes to clean. Did the dog out so they didn't have to. You know, walking the dog, that sounds like a group activity. I always walk the dogs with Casey. Like whenever we go on a dog walk, we take them together. And one of our other neighbors, they also have 3 dogs, but they're always walking these 3 dogs by themselves. And sometimes when we're on our routes, we'll like, because we walk one way around the neighborhood and they walk the other way around the neighborhood, and then sometimes we'll see them coming. I'm just like, it's just this one lady with these 3 dogs, and all of her dogs are bigger than our biggest dog. So she has like 3 like decently sized dogs. And so I'm like, all right, let's pull off into this cul-de-sac. Because our dogs literally freak out and they won't shut up. These beagles. Hoo, 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 hoo. Just ear piercing. And they're pulling and tugging and it's terrible. So I'm like, I couldn't imagine walking 3 dogs on my own. Shout out to the dog walkers out there who make it work. How you feeling today? Peaceful on this wheel? Content, pleased, satisfied. Yeah, peaceful's up there. I see it. It's up in the love category. Peaceful. Yes, I'm feeling content. What I hear when you say that is, I'll allow myself to be content today. Smoked turkey, nice. Love a smoked turkey. You're feeling content too, B. Wayne. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. You know, can't complain. Can't complain with feeling content. Got some questions popping up in the box, so we'll get those in a second. let me give you a sneak peek. We've got a topic today. And this was a viewer requested topic. If you're new here, you might not know this, but we take requests for topics in the Discord. And if I see one, I'm like, yeah, that sounds like a good presentation topic. I'll make a presentation about it. And so what we're going to do later today hyper independence. And look at that, I changed the formatting for the presentations. I decided to go with dark text, light background for readability. Something I've been meaning to change up for a while. So we're talking about hyper independence today. If you don't know what that is, you're in the right place. We're going to talk about it later. Yeah, if I'm being honest, I had been meaning to change my design for the presentations for a little while because I wanted them to be more readable. It's like, but the purple and yellow is so on brand with all my logo and everything. I'm like, well, you know what? Switch it up, buddy. I got a bit fucked up last night, but today is a new day, right? Absolutely. What else could today be but a new day? Saturday. Happy Saturday, Danny boy. Got a few questions lined up. Thinking we're gonna get down to business. Let me tell you what I got. I got a little bit of coffee here. I also did some mom talk shit. I mixed pomegranate juice and green tea in my Stanley cup. I also got all these fruit snacks. I'm like, I'm just gonna take these fruit snacks back to my desk. Yeah, I was out to brunch the other day and they had this juice that was pomegranate juice, tea, and cinnamon, and it was pretty good. I'm like, I could make this at home actually. I have pomegranate juice at home. They had pomegranate juice on sale at Aldi. These little bottles of it were normally like $2.29, but they were on sale for 79 cents. So I'm like, I'm gonna get 4 of these. Sitting in your Papa John chair with your dog on your lap and you've got Animal Crossing on the TV. That sounds ideal. That sounds like a vibe. Alright, let's dive on into this question box. Just picked up some new old Taco Bell. Oh, yeah, I had Taco Bell last night. I was just not in the mood to cook. I'm like, fuck it. I'm getting Taco Bell. Didn't really care for the Taco Bell Decades menu. I mean, most of it is just okay. I like the Gordita Supreme. I was a Gordita fan because I used to eat Taco Bell in the 90s. So I was alive. And the Gorditas were always one of my favorites. But they got rid of the Gorditas. And then you could only get chalupas, which is just like the fried Gordita. So I got the box. I got the $7 box. The Mexi Melt. I heard that one was good too. Alright, enough of that Taco Bell. Let's talk about these questions. I've come to realize that in my relationship lately, that I avoid any kind of emotional discussions with my wife. When she wants me to respond, I blank out on what I'm supposed to say or what she wants of me. I did some soul searching and realized I'm deeply afraid and uncomfortable discussing emotions because I was yelled at and invalidated a lot growing up for having any feelings. I'm realizing I treat her like I was treated, but anytime her emotions come up, I get angry and dismissive of her. I need to know how I can not be this way and how do I fix this? This is a perfect way to describe the predicament of the modern American man. Now, I'm not saying you are a man, I'm just saying that this is I don't know, I'm not assuming, but I'm just saying that this is a struggle that you see in men, primarily. Just being made to feel like you shouldn't take your emotions seriously. You should feel shame for having emotions or expressing your emotions or trying to talk about your emotions. Keep that shit to yourself. That's what we were told growing up. Emotions are strength. Being able to embrace your emotions takes strength. View this as an opportunity to grow stronger. Learn more about yourself. Go to those dark corners of your mind where you've got this stuff packed away. And take a look around. See what's going on in there. You still have feelings. They're in there. You gotta go find them. You gotta face that fear. You gotta face that discomfort. And you gotta do it within yourself. If you can become more comfortable discussing your emotions internally, discussing them with yourself, thinking about them, feeling them, processing them, it'll make it easier to let other people in to talk about that stuff too. You gotta feel it if you want to heal it. Because while you recognize, and I want to just commend you for your awareness, by the way. This is a tremendous amount of self-awareness. This is a strength. And that's also what's going to get you through this. You have come to the realization that you treat your wife the way that you were treated. You're also treating yourself the way that you were treated. Take your emotions seriously. Validate those feelings. And if you want to talk about them here as a means to practice, go for it. Let's see if I can fix my captions real quick. My captions are just not working. Testing? Okay, there, now they're working. I like these captions, but sometimes they'll just break. Questioner, what I think that you'll come to find if you practice this self-reflection is that you aren't just angry and dismissive of her, you are also angry and dismissive of yourself. Like, why does it feel so hard? Why can't I get over it? Why do I still feel this way when I was made to feel this way as a kid? I'm a grown-up. Like, why do I still feel this way? Show yourself some kindness. Show yourself some compassion. If it were easy, you would have figured it out already. That's an important realization that I had to come to when it came to this exact thing, because it felt to me like this should be easy. This should be something that I know how to do. But it really is something that takes time and it takes practice. Emotional awareness, it's a skill. So keep practicing it. Just look inwards. Find that light inside of you and turn it up. This is a question I want to save because one of the things I want to talk about soon in like a future presentation is men's mental health. The only male mental health figures that I'm seeing in like the public eye are mostly like hucksters, frauds. Jordan Peterson. Although he was right about cleaning your room. That was solid advice. I feel this way a lot. I feel like I'm an adult and I should be able to get over things that I've been upset about for years. Right? And then what you do is you apply that, and you apply that introspection, that awareness, you apply that to other people as well, and you say, oh my god, this is why other people hold on to shit for so long. This is why, because it's not that easy to do. It's not that easy to let shit go. It goes against your instincts as a mammal. Mammals have this tendency to just like cling on to shit. Like, look at a baby. You put your finger out, the baby's just gonna be like, "Grr!" Kung fu grip. We love to hold on to shit. Why we have thumbs. We also hold on to shit up here. We feel like I might need this. Gonna keep it just in case. Squirrel behavior. I want to say to the questioner again, like, major props for your self-awareness. You're gonna be just fine. One of the things that happens when you like condition yourself to not feel things is like, if you turn those feelings back on, they might feel very intense, and sometimes you're just, you know, you're reluctant to dive back into that because you're just like, oh, could be overwhelming. Not sure how it's gonna go. Why don't I feel close to people as much as they feel close to me? Someone said they'll miss me once, or miss me on their long vacation, and I was like, huh, really? We talk all the time and we share experiences and things, however, I don't feel the way other people tend to. I'm usually just like, I'll see you when I see you. I usually come back and forth like a cat in people's lives. Do I possibly feel restrained by friendships and relationships? I feel like it's emotionally taxing at times to talk to people and experience burnout fast. Introverts unite. In the animal kingdom, there are cats that collectivize. Not all cats are isolated. Some cats live an isolated life, but not all cats live an isolated life. You know what some cats do? They hang out with other cats. Maybe you just gotta find your fellow cats. Do I possibly just feel restrained by friendships and relationships? What I would say is, instead of trying to figure out right away like why this is happening or like what our motives might be, how does it make you feel that you are this way? Do you feel any particular emotion about this situation? Are you ambivalent? Are you apathetic? Are you concerned? Are you frustrated? How does this make you feel? Because if we can understand how the situation is making us feel, then it makes it easier to understand why we are doing what we are doing. Because to understand the underlying emotion, it helps to explain the overlying action. There could be a lot of reasons why this is the case, but we can figure this out. We can solve this mystery. You know, I can think of many ideas why a person might be this way. But if you want to figure out why, we can talk about it. This could be, maybe you're just a loner. Maybe you're just a person who just doesn't really mind being alone. That is a thing. There are people that are that way. Maybe it's self-esteem. Maybe I feel like, you know, I'm not deserving of this care that people give to me, and I have a hard time reciprocating that care. Maybe it's depression. There's a lot of different ways that you can explain this situation. So, how does this situation make you feel? Like, do you feel content with this, or does this bother you? If it bothers you, I would say that that's because it's something that you want to change about yourself. But if it doesn't bother you, then it might not be something that you're all that interested in changing. So how does it make you feel? Something to think about. Something to think about. Not the wheel. Sorry, wheel. Sometimes I accidentally click the wheel instead of the question box. Gets me every time. Hey Josh. Hey chat. I wrote in a while back about feeling joyless after losing a close friend to COVID. Just wanted to say that I'm doing better now and I'm feeling ready to be more engaged with life again, if that makes sense. Wanted to say thanks for creating this space. Twitch needs more Joshuas and Caseys. You'll love to hear it. You'll love to hear it. Kind of feels like you're coming out of a cave and you're stepping back into the sun. You know, that's kind of what it feels like, having been there myself. We're glad to hear that you're doing better. So here's to continued growth and improvement. Cheers. Thank you for being a part of this space. If it was just me, this would just be a space. It would just be me and this guy back here. Like, what's he up to? Like, what's he doing back there? He's just been sitting there staring at me for months now, and I don't know what he's up to. I'm just like, is he just hanging out? Is he just chilling? I think he's chill. I think he's just vibing with us, but I'm like, come on, dude, blink or something. I have evolved past the need to blink, human. Thank you for the kind words. Thank you for the kind words. Thank you all. Chat, give yourselves a hand. Give yourselves a round of applause for being a part of the best chat ever. I'll give you a trophy. Best chat ever. The history of chats. You win. The results are in. Papa, Psychologist, Esquire. I still don't know what Esquire means, and I'm still not gonna look it up. I don't wanna know. Before I lost complete control of my mental health, I was studying psychology. I still hope to someday go back to school for psychology in some aspect. However, I have an extensive history of inpatient treatment and hospitalizations for mental health. Will that keep me from obtaining licenses in mental health? No. No, not at all. They never ask. They never look up your medical history. That would be discrimination. They don't rule that out. They actually like it when people have lived experience. That's actually a plus. Also, if that ruled people out from obtaining licenses in mental health, there would be nobody with licenses. Because every person I've ever worked who works in mental health is, we're all a little mad down here. Nope, that doesn't disqualify you at all. It doesn't disqualify you from anything, actually, because that's your private medical history. It's protected by law. I just need to know because my ultimate goal is to work in psych, but I need to give up on that goal if it is not possible. So, okay, here's the thing. It might be, I'm sure it's probably a thing near you because it's a thing near me, and if we have it here, then we probably have it there. There is a position at most mental health facilities. I'm assuming. There were at the ones I worked at. It's called a peer support specialist. This is a person that does not even need to have a degree, just a high school diploma. And this is somebody who has lived experience with mental health, and they serve as a sort of support and liaison between, the client and then other levels of care. And what they've found is that having that person there with lived experience who can be a supportive figure in mental health is actually tremendously helpful. It's actually something that we really like to recommend to people. If they've spent a lot of time working on their mental health and they feel like, you know what, I want to become a part of that. I want to, help people that were in a position similar to me. I think that's a great way to progress. And they would lead groups, they would, meet with people and just serve as kind of like a liaison between case managers and therapists and the clients and stuff. I think that would be good for me when I'm more stable. Then stability is the goal. So what does a little more stable look like to you? Imagine yourself, but you're a little more stable. Little more. That next step forward. What is that version of you doing? We need to peek over at them and copy their notes. We need to look over there and so we can steal their moves. But no, just so you know, because this is probably something that a lot of people didn't know, but having a mental health diagnosis or even a history of treatment in mental health, that does not disqualify you from anything. You could go on to be a doctor, a lawyer, a surgeon, an astronaut, whatever you want. Unless part of that job requires an extensive background check into your medical conditions, you basically have to sign away your HIPAA rights. I don't know, there probably are jobs that are like that actually dive into your history to that degree, but not mental health. They don't do it in the mental health field. People who work in the mental health field have an understanding that a lot of the people who go into the mental health field do so because they have their own history with mental health. It's a sizable portion of the people who work in that field. Except the military, it's a great way to fend off recruiters. At least in the United States. In some countries, they don't care so much. In some countries, they'll be like, all right, you're perfect for the front lines. I heard some countries won't let you immigrate if you have a certain mental health diagnosis like autism. Well, if you are able to like present as an adult that would not necessarily meet the necessary requirements to have that diagnosis, because you know this is something that you can through like practice and skills coaching, and you know you can be like, doctor, can you expunge this from my diagnosis? I'm trying to move to another country. You'd be like, sure. There's something to talk to your doctor about. Like, just because something's on your diagnostic record doesn't mean that it needs to stay there forever. They'll do that. I mean, you'd be surprised what doctors can do. Just tell them it's in remission. Diseases that are typically like lifelong. Like you have schizophrenia, but let's say you just, you know, you wake up one day and you're like, I don't think I have schizophrenia anymore. Like you're thinking more clearly, you just aren't really feeling symptomatic. They will say that you have schizophrenia in remission. It's in remission. Also, how are the government officials getting access to your private medical records? Like, do you have to submit them yourself? You just have to ask, because I've had things removed from my medical file that were inaccurate. Right? It's like, it's just a conversation for you to have with your doctor. If you feel like there's a diagnosis that you got, like when you were a kid or a teenager and it's just been hanging over your head as an adult, just go talk to your doctor about it. Like maybe you don't fit the criteria for it anymore. Maybe they can remove it. It's just like, maybe it just doesn't need to be there. Like you're not seeing anybody for it, you're not doing treatment for it, you're not taking medications for it, it's just there. You know? All you can do is talk to a doctor about it and see what they say. I just tend to believe the government has required all these agencies to have backdoors from the easily medical files they want. I would say they probably don't, because it's like a huge national security risk to just give up our private citizens' medical data at the request of a foreign government. I'm pretty sure that it's something you have to like submit yourself. So it would be like self-reported. Or maybe they would ask for like a report from a doctor that you meet. I'm not sure how exactly it works though. But I'm like, if you have to waive away your medical privacy, like, probably not a country you want to go to. It doesn't go on your permanent record. Right? It's like your permanent record's only as permanent as the most recent update to your record. You could get a doctor that writes something that says like previous diagnosis was based on, you know, like they could just say that your previous diagnosis was a mistake. Or that you don't show the symptoms anymore. And that, you know, there's no need for the diagnosis anymore. Like, for a lot of people, a diagnosis is something that does follow you throughout your life, but it doesn't have to. Like, if you no longer meet the criteria for it anymore, you can have it removed from your medical record. Also, your medical record isn't just one continuous thing. It's split between every doctor you've seen. Like, And I know this firsthand because I have had to work with so many people who have had they've had to access their medical records for like disability claims and things like that. It's like your medical records are only held within that medical office. There's not just some like giant archive of everyone's medical data that every doctor has access to. It's localized. And part of that is just due to security and privacy reasons. Like, if you just had one medical database that any doctor could access, that's just a very big privacy violation. A global medical record network. That would be terrible for the world, I think. A global medical record network. Maybe if we had one world government, maybe if we were just one entity, then it, but I still think that your medical records are between you and the doctors that you see. It's not really the government's need to know. CIA and NSA already have the records they could want IMO. Yeah, probably. Probably won't come into effect unless, you're trying to get a job there or something. Chat, we're all caught up on the question box at the moment, so if anyone's got a question they'd like to drop in, we can get to it right away. Until then, we're vibing today. It's Saturday. Being terrible hasn't stopped government officials before, and it never will. Robin's here. Robin, this was your requested. I was telling him earlier we take community requests for topics for our presentations, and this is the one you requested. So we're gonna get to that in a little bit. Always wrong to out someone, right? I'm seething over this TikTok I saw. Women are going on Grindr to out people they suspect are conservative. Think about it. I do see where you're coming from, and I do, want to respect people's privacies and not out anybody. But if this is somebody who actually has, legal authority, they have the ability to pass legislation that directly harms people, then I feel like maybe we shouldn't apply the same grace to them Then, if they're not willing to apply that grace to us, why should we apply that grace to them? So I don't know. I feel conflicted. This is the most unallied shit I've ever seen in my life. Yeah, I can't say that I support it. But I can see why people would be frustrated and feel like this is the position that they've been put into. Especially if you're somebody who's going to directly suffer as a result of their administration. Like, what else can they do to voice their frustration? What are some healthy alternatives to voice that frustration for people that are infringing on your rights? I guess it just begs the question of how much respect do we show to people that aren't going to respect our rights? Yeah, I think vigilantism is ultimately harmful. That's kind of what it feels like. It feels like vigilantism. Ones I'd be worried about are people who have to fake being conservative for survival within their community. Yeah, those people are at a real risk right now. Fascists are feeling very empowered at the moment. It's dangerous out here. I agree. And I feel like witch hunting isn't the way to handle it. Like, this is how I feel about it. I feel like if you are a closeted gay Republican and you are actively supporting measures that put people at harm, then fuck you. That's the way that I see it. But I feel like vigilantism and witch hunting isn't the way to solve that problem or to find the justice that you're looking for. It's just putting people at risk of more harm. So it's like, I understand why people would feel so frustrated. Because people are literally going to die as a result of the legislation that is being passed. That is systematically true. Anonymous question thing? Yep, it's still up. It's still up. We got it going. Got a question? Okay, I got a question. Chad, why are you so nice all the time? Because I'm strong enough to be gentle. Strength isn't about yelling or being angry. Strength is about compassion, patience. I can't think of the specific quote, but the general idea behind the quote is like, you don't want to upset a nice person. Like, you don't want to test the patience of a nice person. And I'm like, that's me. I'm like, I will be nice to you. I will be nice to you until you give me no other option. And at which case, it's game over. Like you did that one time you called me straight. You know, I made an assumption based off of the facts that I was aware of, and I was incorrect, and that was my mistake. I accept full accountability for that. I hope you have it in your heart to forgive me. Beware the fury of a patient man. Yeah, precisely. Something like that. Don't mistake my kindness for weakness. Is this the quote? There are three things all wise men fear: the sea in a storm, a night with no moon, and the anger of a gentle man. That's the one. Thanks for pulling it up. Oh yeah, we love a good quote. We love a good quote to live by. You know, we might have some Central Committee refugees in the room tonight. We might have some Central Committee refugees. Mike got banned for a week. What am I snacking on? I'm snacking on these fruit snacks. I'm snacking on these fruit snacks that were sent to the P.O. box. They sent me Arizona tea gummies and I've just been munching on them. Yeah, I don't know if Mike can handle to go a full week without streaming. His head might pop. It's like he's got all these ideas. He needs to get them out. He needs to talk about them. Otherwise, he might just... How do I work on my dependency on others? I feel like I need others to do basically anything in my free time. I get depressed even watching a movie alone. You know? Let's talk about it. There's nothing wrong with being dependent on others because we are all dependent on others. We need other people for our survival. Full stop. There's no exception to that rule. Which is actually, you know, we're going to talk about hyper-independence later, so this fits in with what we're going to talk about later, which would be when people feel like, I don't need anybody, I can make it on my own, I don't need anybody's help. So having dependency on other people is normal, but what we want to do is we want to keep an eye on how dependent am I on other people. What I would recommend is maybe practicing spending some quality time with yourself. What is something that you could do just for you. You know, just like something that, is just exactly what you've been looking for, something right up your alley. Reading a book that you've been meaning to get around to, cooking yourself a meal that you've always wanted to make for yourself. Just a little quality time with you. Take a bubble bath, go get a massage, that kind of stuff. A little time by yourself, I think it's good for you. If we are able to be in good company with ourselves, we're always in good company. So what are some things that you could see doing by yourself and having a good time? Because I feel like that's how you actually are going to be able to work on this, is just planning activities just for you and then going through with those activities, even though they might be difficult at first, because they will get easier as you continue to practice them. So maybe you can go on a walk, maybe you can read a book, maybe you can go to the park, maybe you can paint a picture, maybe you can, go for a bike ride, whatever it is you want to do. Because that's how you work on it. This is like, most problems are solved more easily with other people to help us solve that problem. But when our problem is, I feel, too dependent on other people, this is a problem we can only solve by ourselves. So your first step is going to be come up with some ideas. What are some things that I could do all by myself that I think would be fun for me? You can go out to a nice dinner, treat yourself. You can go out to a movie. You can go to the store and do some shopping. Do you like my quote? I'm going to check it out here in a sec. Need to pamper myself more? I agree. Go for a walk or a drive? Good ideas. Making slime, adult coloring, medical detection, ASMR, all good ideas. Boundless compassion for all living beings is the surest and most certain way of pure moral conduct and needs no casuistry. I've never heard that word in my entire life. Whoever is filled with it will assuredly injure no one, do no harm to no one, encroach on no man's rights. He will rather chat scroll. He will rather have regard for everyone, forgive everyone, help everyone as far as he can, and all his actions will bear the stamp of justice and loving kindness. Do unto others as you would have others do unto you. I feel like as soon as the winter months hit, I just get overwhelmed by other people and don't want them or their help or company or their problems. But once March hits, I just want to be with people and be taken care of. So I think my need to independence is in some ways related to seasonal affective disorder. Sounds like it. Also, what's your relationship with the holidays? Because for many people, they feel like the coldness is a time to come together. Think about ancient humans. What do we do when it's cold? We bundle up. We clump together. We keep each other warm. Figuratively and literally. and we wait until it's warm again. So would you rather be alone in the cold? Or would you rather have somebody that you can bundle up with? Holidays are a time when I remember how much my family hates me. How long does it take to remind yourself of that? Or is it something that you find yourself continuously reminding yourself of throughout the entire season? For me, that sounds like something maybe I should just remind myself of it once or twice. But I can take more of that time and allocate it on finding people that give me that feeling of family. You know, whether it be I'm volunteering at a community center, I'm helping wrap gifts for underprivileged kids, or working in a soup kitchen, or helping people socialize their dogs so they can be adopted. You know, find your people. Find your people. Might not be the ones you're related to. Family is a feeling. Family is a feeling. I think about it from November to January and just lay in bed the entire winter, so maybe I need to try something else. I think that's a good idea. I think that's a fantastic idea. You know, one of the really interesting things about the human mind is that it becomes easier to deal with things like that when we recognize that we don't need to continuously remind ourselves of those things. When we can be out there living our lives and doing other stuff. It kind of just feels like you're picking at a wound, you know, and you gotta quit picking at it. And it's tough, you know. But it's something that you learn, something that you can get better at. As Randy Travis would say, digging up bones. Exhuming things that are better left alone. Have you ever done a presentation on doing things and taking steps without feeling motivated? I think one of my biggest hurdles is feeling like not doing anything until the motivation to do so actually hits me, but I know it's not sustainable. Right? It isn't sustainable because your motivation in these factors is panic. If you wait until the last moment to when you actually have to do something, panic. That's your motivator. And we don't want to rely on panic to be our motivator. It's an effective motivator. That's why we procrastinate, is because we can wait until the last possible minute and then panic kicks in and then we have all the motivation we need. But we don't really want to rely on panic to motivate us, do we? Something we're trying to work away from. The thing about motivation is it's something you have to grow. It's something you have to build. And so this is gonna suck what I'm gonna tell you because I wish it was different. But it really is a circumstance where you have to make yourself do things even though you really, really, really don't want to. And then you have to keep doing it until you start to feel more motivated to do it. It just takes time and persistence. And that sucks. I know, I wish it weren't the case. Because that's just not really very helpful advice. But think of this. What are some of the rewards that you will get by doing this thing? What will you learn about yourself? In what ways will you grow? The best way to keep up motivation is to train your brain to spike dopamine at a different stage of the process. Normally, we wait until the end of the process, the grade, the trophy, the reward, whatever that might be. We did the thing, it's over with. Now I feel good. But what we want to learn how to do is feel that sense of reward as a part of the process. The process is the reward. The struggle is the reward, that growth, that progress. Journey before destination. Celebrating what you can do right here, where you're at, with what you have, rather than focusing on where you're trying to get to. Just focusing on where you're at and focusing on what that next step is in the direction you're trying to go. So, what does this look like? Let's say we have a goal. Somebody give me a goal. Somebody give me a goal. I'll take one from chat. Give me a goal that you want to work on. And then let's talk about what it might look like. How to reframe our thinking so that we can feel more motivated. Eat all cheese. Alright, so let's say that your goal is to eat all of the cheese. That's a big goal. It's going to take a lot of work. It's going to take a lot of practice. You're going to have to train yourself how to get there. If you were to try to do it right now, you would fail miserably because you wouldn't be able to. You're just not there yet in your skills. So what's the first step in achieving that goal? So you gotta start off by just eating some cheese, practicing how much cheese you can eat. My upcoming goal is to get up and clean. You know, Sunday sounds like a great day for that. That sounds like Sunday Sabi's problem. Because it's Saturday night. I mean, if you want to clean on a Saturday night, go for it, but cleaning is more of a Sunday morning type of thing for me, personally. I would like to get my driver's license, but I am agoraphobic. Can I help you reframe that thought? Can I help you reframe that thought? I am agoraphobic, but I will get my driver's license. That's a technique of reframing. I'm going to refer... I don't know if anybody's trademarked that technique of reframing. We're going to call it butt flipping. Because you're flipping the two halves of the sentence around the butt. But will I? Why wouldn't you? Helpful to think about how things could be possible or why they would be possible instead of thinking about why they're not possible right now. I cannot leave my house on my own and I'm afraid of being in cars with people that I do not know. Then what's the next step? What's the next step in handling that? Because as far as being in cars with people you do not know, that's in the future. We don't have to worry about that right now. We'll worry about that when we get there. You're still working up to that. We don't need to skip ahead, you know. Let's focus on the first one, and let's rather than go all the way to the, you know, something we'll have to worry about months from now. I would say a good place to start with would be becoming more comfortable leaving your house on your own. So what could you do to help accomplish that goal? Not getting ahead of yourself is also a really important process in making good goals. You know, we have this list of all of the things that we would need to do to make our goal possible, and we're worried about something down at the end of that list. But really, we need to be worried about what's the first item on the list. I understand this one all too well. Alayla, do you mind sharing a little bit of your progress? I do walk in my neighborhood, so I could try walking further away and going into a business or something. That's a good idea. Or going out somewhere like a park with somebody. You know, maybe you and your husband could take the dog to the park or something. When it comes to practicing agoraphobia, I recommend starting outside before going inside. And then when you do go inside, pick some place that's not going to be super busy. You know, don't go straight to Walmart, because Walmart can get packed sometimes. Don't go to Costco. Costco can get packed sometimes. Go to the bookstore. Go to the library. Go to a flower shop. husband and I go to Walmart, but only on Fridays at 6 a.m. Have you heard of the concept known as tissue tolerance? Tissue tolerance. Basically, an unregulated nervous system, which is basically why we feel anxious in certain environments, is because our nervous system is deregulated. One of the ways to work on that is to put ourselves into uncomfortable situations up until the point where we feel like, okay, I can't take it anymore. I need to get out of here. And then you leave. So it's a controlled exercise. You're saying, all right, I want to practice being more comfortable in public. I'm going to go out in public and I'm going to stay there until I can't. You know, I'm not going to freak out. I'm going to be just fine. I'm just building up my tissue tolerance. And when I say tissue, I'm referring to like your neurological tissue, like the way that your body processes sensory information and organizes its thinking and, you know, handles anxiety, that type of thing. Another way to look at it would be exposure response prevention. You have to expose yourself to the thing that you are fearful of. And then you learn to manage the response to that thing. The thing about agoraphobia is it's only going to get worse if you're just sitting around your house waiting for it to go away. The only way to cure agoraphobia is to be out in public. One thing that helped was finding something I liked to do that inspired me to go out a lot, so I started jogging, and I also started playing Pokemon Go. Yeah, that's a good idea. That used to happen to me at Walmart. I would get inside, and then I would see people and go back to the car. Now I can at least stay to shop every time. See, now you're talking. See, this is progress. So you are mindful of the progress that you're making. Now just imagine what things could be like if you made a little bit more progress. What would a little bit more progress look like? Whenever it comes to working on ourselves and focusing on our goals, we get too far ahead and we say, what am I going to be like when I'm done? But you still have all those steps in between and you're getting too far ahead. You're skipping to the end of the book. And you only need to read the next line. Gotten to the point where I can jog farther, so it made me go out farther, so I'd have more space to run. Let's fucking go. I would like to be able to volunteer at the animal shelter and foster pregnant animals. So what do we do to start working on that goal? I think the easy first step there would just be go to the animal shelter. Go visit the animals. Maybe even talk to somebody there about volunteering. You know, you're not signing up for anything, you're not committing to anything yet, you're just going to get more info. Been to the shelter a few times, but I just got nervous and ended up adopting a dog. Well, what if you did it with intent? What if you said, I'm going to go to the shelter, it's for this purpose, I'm going to work on this goal. This is an exposure opportunity for me. I'm going to go to get more information about volunteering. Penny, who are you barking at? Penny's barking at somebody here? Somebody here? Penny, who are you barking at? The killer? Oh no. The killer's here? I was afraid to talk to people, so on these walks and jogs, I'd see people out, so I'd tell myself, just say hi, that's not too much. So I have, and people will talk to me now. There's a little girl that gets super excited when she sees me jogging now, LOL. We love progress. We love progress. Now, what would past you think of all that progress that current you has made? Past you probably didn't even think it was possible. You're doing more than you even dreamed. Are you gonna throw that goblin in here? Penny? You better cool it, Penny. Penny? Cool it. Casey just threw that little gremlin in here. Penny, shut up! Penny? Shut up. Nobody wants to hear that. Go ahead, grumble. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what I thought. Penny? It's okay. Put her outside. Put her outside. That's what she gets. Go outside, Penny. Okay. That's fine. I got my I mean, I have to put on my therapist pants. I'm wearing shorts. Don't tell them, though.
Yeah, Grandma Tron's been having just a tough mental time lately.
Yeah,
But, yeah.
Casey's grandma's over. Your Penny is the same way. Yeah, pennies are crazy, aren't they? Recently, I have been questioning if I'm trans. Since that thought came to my mind, I have been obsessively researching, reading trans spaces, and consuming related media. No matter how much I learn, I'm no closer to answering who I really am. You know why that is? You know why that is? Because that answer for you does not exist out here. It does not exist in other people's stories and other people's literatures. It does not exist out here in the world. It exists in here. The only place you're gonna find that information, you gotta look inward. Because this is you, this is your identity, and only you can study you to that degree. We have some trans voices in the community, so if they'd like to chip in, or if they'd like to share their experience and feelings, please do. But I mean, I feel like this really is just something that you can only figure out for yourself. You know, if you're looking out into the world for the world to tell you what to do, or to tell you what choice to make, or to tell you like what to decide about myself or how I should view myself, you're looking in the wrong place. You gotta look in here. In here, in here. I think way too much about this, and it negatively impacts my life. My productivity has tanked, I get no work done, and I risk missing an important deadline in my job. The compulsion to constantly think is way too strong. I suspect this might be some kind of OCD thing, but I have no diagnosis. I'm going to look for therapy soon, but until then, how do I stop my mind from running in circles? I think what might help is finding your answer. I don't want to, like, I would love if a trans person could weigh in on this as well, so I'm just going to speak from my perspective. What I would think to do here is to just say, all right, I'm going to take the day. I'm going to take a day, I'm going to clear my schedule, and I'm just going to think about this. I'm going to figure this out. Today's the day. Play out both situations in your mind. If I am trans, how does that make me feel? How would that feel to me? Does it feel like I'm stepping closer to my identity? Does it feel like I'm embracing who I feel like I really am? And then play the opposite as well. Like, think about both of these choices. Think about both of them as much as you can. Take the whole day to do it. Just clear your schedule. You got nothing to do but figure this out. Consider both and see how they make you feel. And go with the one that makes you feel like this is a step closer to becoming who I really am. Figuring out your identity is a lifelong journey, or as a long journey. I threw the word life in there because I really feel like your identity is something that you are always in the process of uncovering. Like, I learn new stuff about myself all the time. You know, I'll do something and I'll be like, damn, I did that thing. I didn't realize I was capable of that, you know, or, you know, I'll surprise myself sometimes. The brain do be running in circles with this. Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like this is something that, you know, whichever choice you make, you might still look back on it and say, was it the right choice? And I feel like this is something we experience about many of our life decisions, many of our life choices. You know, what if I had gotten a different degree? What if I hadn't dated that person? What if I had, you know, gotten this job instead of that job? There's always going to be those what ifs. The life we didn't choose to live. But you've got a life to live right now, so live that shit. I think what might help you from running in circles is at least feeling like you're not split down the middle, 50-50. Do you feel like you're split 50-50 right now? Or are you leaning more in one direction? I would say that when we feel like we're spinning in circles, it's because, you know, I don't know what it could be. It feels like a coin flip. Would you say that there's one you're leaning more towards than the other? Soul searching is probably the best thing you can do. No one transitions the same. Absolutely. Some people don't transition until they're in their 60s. Some people transition much younger than that. Some people transition and then realize that maybe this isn't what I wanted to do, and then they transition back, and that's not, you know, that's their choice. That's the whole point of it, is it's your decision to make. It's your identity. Do what you want to do. It's like one of the things that really bothers me about, transness is how people will use people that the fact that there are people out there who detransition as a way of being anti-trans. It's like even people who detransition aren't necessarily anti-trans. They just recognize that it wasn't a thing for them. That's a thing. It is a thing. Some people transition and they feel like, you know what, this isn't really what I thought it was going to be. And they transition back. And that's fine. I feel like there's no, do what you want to do. It's your identity. If you want to, try something different and see if that makes you feel more you, go for it. I meant as an anti-trans thing. Yeah, transphobes will use the fact that people detransition as a way of being anti-trans. They will say, see, somebody regretted it, therefore it's bad. The point is being fully present in your life throughout your whole life. Absolutely. Well said. Some people socially transition, changing names, pronoun styles, and then detransition, and the right uses that in a wildly transphobic manner. Absolutely. That's very well said. That's what I was trying to get at was, just how anti-trans people will use that as ammunition for being anti-trans. Yeah, right. Like, which one? Twitter is terrible. Twitter has just become a right-wing hellhole. I'm on Blue Sky these days because that's where all of the academics are, and I follow a bunch of, psychologists and, mental health researchers and stuff. You don't have any of that on Twitter? The mental health presence on Twitter is not, non-existent. Curious to try Blue Sky. Make the switch. I'm telling you, it's night and day. Alrighty. How are we feeling about presentation time? I was thinking lately about making a painting of Hunter Schafer, if you know who that is. I've heard of Hunter Schafer. I say go for it. Paint a picture. If you want to paint a picture, paint a picture. You need no other reasoning for painting a picture other than you want to paint a picture. Let's see if I can make this fit a little I made this in the right aspect ratio, but maybe. can't decide what I like. Whatever. That works. Just over here. Being all OCD. This is my OCD. It's with my stream overlay. That's good. Presentation time. Presentation time. Get your seats, everybody. Also, you'll notice, hey, look. My presentation. It's more readable. Thank you. I did it for you. Something I've been meaning to do for a while. I've wanted to make my presentations a bit more readable, so I went with a light background with a dark text. Should find it much more readable now. Alright, everybody. We're going to talk about a concept known as hyper-independence today. We're going to talk about hyper-independence today. Is this something that you might have heard of? Does the concept make sense to you? I feel like, you know, the concept might make sense to you even if it's something that you haven't heard of before. You can probably imagine what it might be. Never heard of this before. Okay, perfect. I love to hear that because that means that I'm teaching you something new. This topic was suggested by one of the members of the community on the Discord. This was actually Robin's suggestion. Everybody say hi, Robin. This was also one of the things that I identify with personally, which is part of the reason why I was inspired to make this presentation. I was like, you know, for my own selfish reasons, I love to make a presentation, but it also applies to me. So, what is hyper-independence? I'm stalling for a minute. I'm letting thumbnails form. You know, when people are scrolling past this stream on Twitch, they're gonna be like, who's this guy with sunglasses standing in front of a PowerPoint presentation? And what is hyper-independence? Let me click on that. We're farming thumbnails. So if you had to take a guess, what would you say that hyper-independence is? If you had to guess what this is just based off of the name, what would you say it is? Why do I wear sunglasses? Because it makes me look like less of a nerd. Never asking others for help or support, taking on the responsibility for everything. Yep. Not depending on others. Yep. I can do everything on my own. Yep. This is something that I'm also guilty of, so something I'm working on, though. Something I'm working on, and you know what? It's been quite enjoyable to not have to be so self-sufficient all the time. As it turns out, relying on other people and having group effort, solidarity, actually feels really nice. What color are your eyes? Trauma response from having extremely unreliable caretakers? Absolutely. Anyone else notice the sound isn't matching his lips? Could be a Twitch issue. Could be an internet issue. I don't know. I did drop a few frames, but it's not like consistently dropping frames. Yeah, maybe refresh. Alrighty, let's get into it. You all were very close with the guesses we were making about what is hyper-independence. You were right on the money. Hyper-independence. Protection or limitation? Let's go ahead and define it real quick. Let's go ahead and define hyper-independence. An intense self-reliance where a person often rejects help, which leads to isolation and burnout. Hyper-independence starts off as a way of protecting ourselves and to fulfill our own needs. You know, maybe when we were kids, our parents worked nights and we had to make dinner for ourselves, and we had to make sure that we did our homework, and we had to make sure that, you know, we handled the responsibility. We basically had to become little parents at a young age. Maybe that was the case. Or maybe your parents, you know, were just absent or unavailable or distant for whatever reason. It's very often something that is learned early in life. That being said, it is something that can be learned later in life, but more often than not, these are things that form on pretty early. So many women I knew at church were like this, cultural problem in a patriarchal structure. We'll get there. We'll get there. We're going to talk about why this happens in greater detail. But yes, sometimes it is culturally enforced. Oh no, you're good. You're ahead of me actually. You're doing great. So the thing about hyperindependence is while it is a way that we try to protect ourselves and to meet our own needs, it often turns into a constraint. It limits our relationships, and it also limits our personal development. Because as it turns out, being able to connect, empathize, turn to other people, open up to other people, that is an inhibition in our growth. To me, it's that I used to ask for help and no one gave a shit, so I had to make my own ways. And I feel like that's a pattern that a lot of people have fallen into. That's a pattern, then the reason why they do that is because that was done to them. And then so what we want to make sure what we're doing is we're not doing that to the next generation of people. So they're like, well, I had to figure it out on my own, so you figure it out on your own. It's just, we don't want to continue the cycle. So today, our goal of this presentation is to explore why hyperindependence develops, to talk about how it impacts our well-being, and how to achieve a healthier balance. So who's ready to party? Who's ready to party? Where are my party people? Party people, let's go. Let's get it. All right, we got to begin with the roots. We got to begin with the roots. We got to look back. Why does this happen? And as we've previously mentioned, one of the reasons why we become hyper independent is because it is a protective mechanism. It's often a response that we have to unmet needs or broken trust in the past, leading to a belief that I can only rely on myself. Can you imagine the predicament? You can only rely on yourself, but we also know that we are also our own biggest enemy, so that my biggest enemy is me, but I can only rely on them? I think whenever I would ask for help from my parents, it ends up worse, so they wouldn't help, but they'd get mad for it happening. Right? It's like, I try to give people the benefit of the doubt because raising children is hard, but like some people just they don't even meet the bare minimum that you would expect for people to be a parent. Hyperindependence also stems from a fear of vulnerability. Dependency may feel risky or unsafe to you. This might expose you to potential disappointment or rejection. Even if not technically mad at me, it's not good to have to deal with them being mad on top of my own issues, right? It's just like, I would rather handle this on my own and not get them involved because that's just going to make it worse. had to become hyper independent to escape my parents' manipulation. Yeah, you can see how a lot of this stems from untrustworthy caregivers. Hyper-independence also stems from a need for control. Some people find it's comforting to control their outcomes, and this is hard to achieve if we have to rely on other people. Like, if I only have to rely on myself, I feel like I have more control over the situation. But if I have to rely on other people, I'm gonna have to put trust in them. I'm gonna have to put faith in them. And that's... What kind of drink you got there? It's green tea and pomegranate juice. It's very good. It would be funny though if I just had a giant cup full of wine. Wouldn't that be a serve? What kind of parenting leads to hyper-independence? All types of different parenting can lead to hyper-independence. This could be neglectful parents, this could be abusive parents, this could be absent parents, this could be overbearing parents, this could be emotionally distant parents. No matter what the parenting was like, you felt like, I can't depend on these people. I can't rely on these people. I can't trust them to meet my needs. I'm going to have to meet my own needs. Because it might not even be that they didn't want to meet your needs. Maybe they were overbearing and they made you feel like, I'm trapped, and you've had a need to feel free, and that led you to be hyper independent because you're just like, I need to escape this. There are also cultural factors to consider for hyper independence. Because in many societies, self-sufficiency is idealized, while dependency may be seen as a weakness. You probably see this much more often in cultures that praise the individual rather than the collective. Any questions so far? We're following along. We're doing great. Wonderful. Let's talk about the two sides of hyper-independence. First up, let's talk about the difficulty that it brings to our ability to rely on other people. When you are a hyper-independent individual, it can lead to struggles. It can be difficult to accept help. This could feel like a loss of control, or a loss of self-reliance. Later, maybe any tips for parents to avoid doing it to their kids? If I don't have them in the slides, we'll talk about them though, because we are going to talk about how to foster healthy behaviors. I normally like to wrap up with, alright, so what do we do about it? A hyper-independent person might feel trapped by dependence. They might feel uncomfortable or even resentful when other people rely on them. Dependence becomes pressure. Like, well, I don't rely on anybody, so no one should rely on me either. And this is how we're starting to see how, like, because independence isn't an inherently bad thing. I would say that being able to be independent and being, able to advocate for your own needs and meet your own needs, those are a good thing. Those are a strength. But where it starts to become a problem is when we have a hard time relying on others, but we also have a hard time allowing others to rely on us. Become a little bit too focused on ourselves. This also puts a strain on our relationships because it creates discomfort on both sides. And this can lead to feeling isolated, resentful, and frustrated for everybody involved, not just the hyper-independent person, but the other person as well. They feel like, well, I want to be connected to this person, I want to be able to depend on this person, but you feel like you can't. And so it's a strain on our friendships, our relationships. This juice is good. So when does independence become isolation? Extreme self-reliance creates distance from other people, and this can lead you to feeling isolated and like you have weaker relationships. Your relationships might just be more surface level. They might not have the depth and complexity that you would normally want to see in a relationship. Every time I ask help from someone, I feel like I have to pay it back somehow. Isn't that what friendship's all about? It's not like you feel like you owe them anything. It's just that if they did need something, you would gladly help them because you care about them. It doesn't have. It's not that you're indebted to them. It's just like, you know what? You helped me. I will help you too gladly. It's when you say, all right, I owe you one. Hyper-independence also leads us to feeling burnt out and exhausted, because as it turns out, having to handle everything on your own takes a toll on you, physically and mentally, and this leads us to feeling burnt out. As it turns out, we aren't supposed to make it on our own. We need each other. Hate to say it, but it's true. We've only made it this far because we have each other to depend on. None of us could have done all of this on our own. You know, you're sitting here right now using a device that is powered by electricity, that was crafted by somebody, that was designed by somebody different, that was, shipped and manufactured by different people, eating food that someone else grew. We need each other, and that's okay. That's how it's supposed to be. I feel like it's easy to blame parents for everything when often they did the best they could. The older I got, I quit blaming my parents and started looking at what I could do to improve myself. I agree with that. It's like, okay, I can understand that part of the reason why I am fucked up is because my parents are fucked up and my parents fucked me up because they're fucked up. So if I'm going to talk to my parents about the fucked up things that they did to me, are they going to be accountable for that? Or are they going to say, I wish I didn't fuck you up like this? Or are they going to deny it and try to make it feel like it was your fault, or that it was you did it because you deserved it? Because some parents do that. If you go to your parent and you're trying to talk about the conditions of your upbringing and the way in which it shaped you as a person, are they willing to be accountable for that? Or are they going to blame you for it? Because some parents do that. I think it does help heal the wound and know where it came from. Absolutely. Absolutely. I'd say it's hard to cure the wound unless you know where it came from. And I think another thing that, going off of what Gen X Cat Lady was saying, is it's like it also ties into the concept of forgiveness. Like maybe your parents just don't have a place in your life anymore. Maybe you just don't have room for them at your table because of the way that they treated you and the fact that they don't want to be accountable for the way that they treated you. But you understand that the reasons why they are the way they are is because they are hurting in their own way, not because they wanted to be this way. This is how they turned out, but this probably wasn't who they wanted to become. So we can forgive. We can be sad, but we don't have to hold on to anger. Hyperindependence also creates missed opportunities for growth. Relationships teach us things. They teach us how to make compromises. They teach us how to have trust. And if we're hyper-independent, it might hinder our personal development. We need to be able to ask people for help, because asking for help is a strength. We gotta talk about self-sabotage. When we become overly self-reliant, this often leads to perfectionism, or such a strong need for control, we call it over-control, and this also can hold back our personal and professional progress. Sometimes we need people around us to say, wow, that's really good, or wow, you did such a great job, or wow, that's, incredible. So that we can actually be like, oh yeah, really? You think so? Because I don't even think I'm done with this yet. We need that outside perspective so that we can have better perspective on ourselves and on our capabilities. All right. Let's talk about how we can recognize some of our situational triggers. What are some things that lead us into developing these hyper-independent behaviors? Past traumas and betrayals. If we've been betrayed in the past, or if we had needs that were unmet, this reinforces self-reliance as a means of protecting ourselves. Sometimes in high-stress situations, let me know if you've ever been in this type of situation before, because this is the one that I definitely identify with. When you're in a high-stress situation, and there are people there that want to help, and you say, no, I've got this. So that we can focus. This is an amplification of our desire to control everything personally. Guy passed out right in front of me at the voting place, and he kept hopping up and saying, "I'm fine," then passing out again. Spoiler, he was not fine. What? Another thing that factors into hyperindependence is a fear of judgment. When we perceive that we are being judged by other people, it may cause us to withdraw further. And this can increase our hyper-independent behaviors. It may also stem from a fear of letting others down. For some, being responsible for others creates stress and resentment, which fuels avoidance of dependence and closeness. This is something we hadn't really talked about until right now, but sometimes this is also why we develop hyper-independence. Maybe we let somebody down in the past, or maybe we were let down and we don't want to repeat that. Maybe we tried once to help somebody and we failed, and now I can't connect with people again. I have to do it on my own. I deserve to be alone. I would say that the fear of letting others down is often a recurring theme in like movies that happen to involve this topic. You know, you've got the hyper-independent protagonist, and then they have this younger person who's just like the co-star of the film. And they're just like, I can't get close to anybody. I can't let them down. I can't let anybody get near me. There's tons of movies like this. So, let's talk about healthy interdependence. Let's talk about how we build healthy interdependence. This is what we're trying to build: interdependence. I can depend on you, you can depend on me, we can depend on them, they can depend on us. First up, you gotta figure out how to identify trusted individuals. Start small, alright? Start with a few people that you trust for occasional support to gently ease into accepting help. He's back? Oh, an egg roll? Oh, thank you. Guess he brought me an egg roll. Mmm. You'll want to try to do, so listen up. Start small, start with a few people. For occasional support. What does that look like? Think about it. What would that look like to you? What are some things that you might need support on? What are some things that you might be comfortable accepting help for? Another important aspect of practicing healthy interdependence is learning how to set healthy boundaries with the people that depend on us. When we have these healthy limits in place, it prevents us from feeling overwhelmed or trapped by others' needs. You know, when we want to be helpful to other people, when we want other people to depend on us, this doesn't mean that we have to answer the call every single time that they call on us. A healthy boundary would be like, you know what, I would love to help, but I can't. It's okay to say no. You know, and I feel like a lot of people don't want to become entangled with other people because they feel like, well, what if, you know, they're too high needs and I can't just keep running every time they call me. It's like, it's okay to say no. And in a healthy relationship, no is an acceptable answer. If we want to combat our interdependent, if we want to build, I'm not gonna be combative. I'm not gonna be on the warpath today. We're all about peace today. If you want to build healthy interdependence, you must challenge your negative beliefs. So think about the beliefs that you hold on to that reflect your hyper independence. Beliefs such as, only I can do this right, or other people will let me down. Start questioning those beliefs and see if they hold up. You gotta challenge them if you want to break free from them. We can also practice gradual vulnerability. Take small steps in sharing or accepting support, such as confiding in someone you trust, and then note the outcome. How does it work? How did it feel? What happened? See, that wasn't so bad, you know, just making notes to yourself. Soak this in for a second. I'm gonna eat this egg roll. I need a friend to hold my keys if I ever get locked out. Who would it be? Doesn't this last one sound a bit manipulative? In what way? Trusting people is hard. That's why we're taking small steps in building our trust. Manipulative in that it sounds like you would test people if they are trustworthy. Well, I mean, you're working on your trust issues, so this is just one way to do that. Sometimes we feel like I don't want to change people's opinions of me because that would be manipulative. Like, what if I did something nice for somebody and I make them like me? Did I manipulate them? Have their feelings been manipulated? I just feel like I should probably be more organic, right? Well, I mean, ideally it would be something organic, but sometimes when we're working on like our own issues and sometimes when we're working on things, we have to do it in like a planned way. We have to, we have a plan of action to address the issue that we're struggling with. Like, you're not doing this for any like ill intent, right? You're doing this so that you can learn to trust people more. Your intentions are pure. You're learning how to open up and you're learning how to let people in. It's for your own best interest, and it's also for the best interests of the people that care about you. And Turdy, thank you for the Prime sub. I guess the examples that I'm thinking of how this would work don't feel manipulative to me. Maybe if we talked about an example of what we could do to practice this, maybe it might not feel like it's manipulative. So let's see, what's a small step in sharing or accepting support that we could do, such as confiding in someone you trust and noting the outcome? This could just be about opening up to somebody and telling them about how you've been feeling or things that you've been working on, things you've been processing. Sharing, caring, and not despairing. How does one stop being mean to themselves? By starting being nice to themselves. Let's hear an unmanipulative and a manipulative example. I guess a manipulative example of this that I could think of would be, I need to trust people. I need to trust my ability to ask people for help. I'm gonna go ask somebody for $20 and see if they give me $20. And then you get $20 and you're like, sweet, I got $20. When you didn't really need $20, you were, like, that sounds really manipulative to me. Or be like, I need to learn how to trust people more. Let me see if somebody can give me a ride. Let me see if somebody will buy me lunch. That sounds manipulative to me. But that's not really what we're trying to do here. We're working on like actual trust issues, not just finding new ways to take advantage of people. I knew a guy who would ask you for a cigarette and you could see the not empty pack in his shirt pocket. Well, it's like, yeah, I want to smoke a cigarette, but I don't want to smoke my cigarettes. I'd rather smoke your cigarettes. Smoking my cigarette is enjoyable, but smoking your cigarette feels even better. The thing about those types of people is they actually don't have trust issues and they don't have issues asking people for help. They just want to take things from people. You can improve your mental health by subscribing to the Brain Domain for $5.99 per month or for free with your Amazon Prime account attached to your Twitch account. You know, I never thought about it that way, but I think you're onto something. It's $5.99 now? Yep. Unless you subscribe for 6 months at a time, and then it's $5. Only positive vibe with the gifted sub to Leftward Ho. Oh my god, that got us started on a hype train. Doot doot. Doot doot, hype train. Quick, everybody subscribe. I was just seeing if that would work. Hold on, it might still work. Quick, everybody subscribe. Oh my god, Down Tuba with the 5 gifted subs! Goated. Oh my god, only positive vibe needs a VIP diamond. What was I even thinking? That sounds manipulative. Manifesting 310 total subs today. Oh my god, we did it. Junkie GS with the 3 months. Did you know Junkie's actually a legend? I didn't realize this until yesterday. Junkie's actually a legend. I'll let Junkie tell you if Junkie wants to tell you about why Junkie is a legend, but I learned something about Junkie the other day. I was like, I had no idea. Michael Frumpa got banned. I know, this is a Central Committee safe space. We allow in the Central Committee refugees. What did I learn? Oh, I learned about your coaching. The world champions. Girl gone wild with the prime sub, let's go. Is that the politics man? It is the politics man. Not Hassan, but the other one. Like me, I'm the psychology man. Why did Frumpa get banned? I'm not entirely sure. Apparently he said something as a joke that he should not have joked about. But we can't be out here joking. We have to be all serious. No jokes allowed. Chat, we're on a level 3 hype train. We're at 52% with 2 minutes left. We're taking a little bit of a break from our presentation for a little hype. So if you want to get in on this hype trade, if you want to jump in, now's the time. Doot doot. All aboard. Train's about to leave the station. Just look at all these great emotes. Just think about all the emotes. McSqueezy with the tier 1. Let's go. Only positive vibe gifting that sub to Barracks. Let's go. Astral Storm. Subscribed for 6 months at tier 1. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. God, we're level 4. We're level 4 with 4 minutes left. What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? Do I go to the next page? Where are my Central Committee refugees? If you're a Central Committee refugee, can I get a DSA L? Sing an inspiring song. This is my fight song. How does that song go? Turn out the light song. I don't know. The Take Back My Life song. Hillary Clinton ruined that song for me. Yeah. Leave it to the Democrats to make an inspiring song cringe. Like, the Republicans are cringe in their own way, but the Democrats just really have a way of being really cringe, too. Hold on, you want an inspiring song? I got you. Now you better subscribe. I am unwritten, can't read my mind. I'm undefined. I'm just beginning, pens in my hand, ending unplanned. Staring at the blank page before you, open up the dirty window, let the sun illuminate the words that you cannot find, reaching for something in the distance, so close you can almost taste it. Release your inhibitions, feel the rain on your skin. No one else can feel it for you, only you can let it in. No one else can speak the words on your lips. Drench yourself in words unspoken, live your life with arms wide open. Today is where your book begins, the rest is still unwritten. Sabi with the 5 gifted subs. I earned it. It's my beautiful singing voice. This is the anthem for all. This is for the 53% of white women that voted for Donald Trump, so that they could shop at Target, not have to think about anything except for themselves. I break tradition, sometimes my tries or outside the line. Yeah, we've been conditioned to not make mistakes, but I can't live that way, no. Staring at the blank page before you, open up the dirty window, let the sun illuminate the words that you cannot find, reaching for something in the distance, so close you can almost taste it. Release your inhibitions, feel the rain on your skin. No one else can feel it for you, only you can let it in. No one else can speak the words on your lips. Put yourself in words unspoken, live your life with arms wide open. Today is where your book begins, feel the rain on your skin. No one else can feel it for you, only you can let it in. No one else can speak the words on your lips. Drench yourself in words unspoken, live your life with arms wide open. Today is where your book begins, the rest is still unwritten. Are we inspired? Are we inspired now? Like, inspired, like, what do I play? That's the brunch anthem. We're going back to brunch. Probably with another 5 gifted subs. Holy shit. Truly a unique performance. High grade weaponized singing. Now, see, here's the thing. I do know how to sing. But not when I'm sitting down. I have to stand to sing. It's all that choir training. Can't sing when I'm sitting. Gotta sing with my whole ass. Really a unique performer. I mean, when you put it that way, I just feel, it makes me feel like it sounded out of tune on purpose. I've had people say this to me before. They're like, you sound like a person who knows how to sing that's singing bad. A performance. Nope. We've just been sitting here hanging out. Not just a performance, the performance. Only positive vibe with another gifted sub. Doot. Weird trivia. I heard Marvin Gaye recorded laying down. Interesting. Interesting. I swear that looked like a Natasha Bedingfield karaoke page. I don't know what you're talking about. I think your eyes are playing tricks on you. I'm a serious man, and this is a serious stream. I'm not in here singing songs. Come on now. Maybe Casey will do some karaoke with me tonight. No, see, my thing is I took several years of choir, so I do have singing practice, and I have trained to sing. But if I'm really gonna sing, I have to warm up. I have to do my vocal warm-ups. I can hit all the notes. Hype train successful. Oh, let's see what's inside. We got a chest. Oh my god, what is it? Raccoon pop. Huh? Cool. Very cool. Maybe not Natasha Bedingfield. Yeah, Natasha Bedingfield isn't really in my vocal register. Not really in my register. Had inconsistent frame dropping today, and I wonder what's causing it. Like, is it a Twitch issue? Is it a me problem? Is it YouTube? Chat, I really gotta pee. I'll be back in like 1 minute. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Okay, I'm back. I was trying to hurry. I was trying to hurry. Like, I couldn't hold it. I had to go. Try running a packet loss test to see if it's connection/cable related. You know, like, it's not even that bad. Like, normally when it's, like, on my network side, it's like the frame dropping is constant. I've only dropped 1% of my frames across the entire 3 hours I've been streaming. So it's not like it's that bad. So it just makes me wonder what's causing it, because it's really, like... Yeah, I had 0% packet loss. I ran that test. I had no packet loss. Might be Twitch then. It might be Twitch then. I've heard a lot of people having issues with Twitch lately, with like desyncing, just other stuff. It could be a Twitch problem. Anyway, let's get back into the presentation, shall we? I've taken my hype break. I sang a little song, allegedly. Let's talk about exploring your independence. I want to ask you some questions. This is the thought-provoking segment. Think of a time when you needed help, but you didn't ask for it. What held you back? And how did that affect you? If nothing's coming to you right away, just something to think about. But if you can think of something that happened in your life, a time in which you needed help but didn't ask for it, made me just give up. Yeah, I would see that, like sometimes we would rather not do a thing than ask for help to do a thing. Be like, well, I guess it's just impossible. Just something to think about. If this is something that you want to work on your hyper independence. Here's a challenge for you. Choose one task this week that you can share with someone else. How might it feel to release a little bit of that control? Reflect on your areas of self-reliance. Identify the tasks that you feel must be done alone and explore why that is. I'm going to upload this slideshow to the Discord, so if anybody wants to work on this, because this is something that a lot of people were identifying with, I want you to have it there to look at. Think about the things that you normally only do alone, or the things that you feel must be done alone, even though that might not be true. And consider a small way to involve someone else. Maybe this is processing my emotions, reflecting on my day, planning for my future. You know, it doesn't have to be like physical, tangible activities. It doesn't have to be like mowing my lawn, doing my dishes, going shopping. This could be processing my emotions. The actual asking for help part isn't hard, it's the actual carrying through to finish the task and knowing it will be a lot of work. I always delay asking for help because I don't want to waste anyone's time at work, but then I end up spending hours trying to figure something out that could have been solved in minutes. I don't want to be wasting anybody else's time, but I want to waste my time. That's what I'm hearing. I'll waste my time as much as I like, alright? It's my time to waste. Just remember this next time you feel that way. In learning you teach, and in teaching you learn. So you'll learn something from them, they'll be able to benefit you, but then also you benefit them because they're able to learn more about what it is that they are doing by being able to teach you about it. Yeah, that's just one way to frame it. I don't want to waste anybody else's time, so I'll just waste my time. Other time, what does this say about our own appreciation of the value of our time? Other people's time is more meaningful, more valuable. Our time is not as valuable, not as meaningful. Well, yes. Time is something we all share. It all has the same inherent value. I never thought about it that way. Well, that's what I'm here for. All right, let's wrap it up, shall we? Hyper-independence. This is a learned response, and this is one that can be reshaped with practice and trust building over time. Something that we learn how to do, but something that we can also learn how to not do. Healthy interdependence allows for both independence and connection, combining the strengths of self-reliance with the benefits of mutual support. Need to update this last one. It's written for me. It should say, encourage yourself. There we go. Pretend that never happened. Ooh. Find a balance. For stronger, more fulfilling relationships, this will help your well-being, this will help your connectivity, you'll feel more satisfied, you'll feel more appreciated, you'll feel more better. You'll feel more better. So thank you, thank you, thank you. We had a lot of people taking notes for this presentation, so I feel like a lot of people definitely resonated with this one. I'm going to post it to the Discord. So let me download this as a PDF. If you liked the presentation and you want a copy of those slides, they're going to be on the Discord here. Here in the Show Talk channel. You can find a PDF copy of today's presentation. So if this is something that you identify with. You like the presentation? Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, you're all too kind. Thank you. Do we have any questions about the topic? Do we have any questions about where do we go from here? This is one that I identify with, and this is why I felt really passionate about this topic when it was recommended, is because it was like, this is something I do. You know, and it's like, I rationalize it by saying, see, I knew I could do it. See, I knew I could do it all myself. But it's just like, you end up making so much work for yourself. You end up making, it's just becomes so much harder to do. It's like, sure, is it possible? Yes. Like, can you build a house by yourself? Yes, it is possible to build an entire house all by yourself. But would you want to? Or would you rather have somebody there to help you saw boards, lift sheetrock, lay concrete? It would be much better to have some other people there to help you. Do you have any advice on dealing with depression and anxiety from Trump winning the election and being our president again? Yes, I do. We actually did a presentation on it the other day. We did a presentation on it the other day, and I titled it From Frustration to Action. We want to take those feelings and we want to convert them into meaningful change. Because if we just curl up into a ball and we just want to cry and be anxious about it, it's like we're not gonna do anything to make the world a better place. We need to step up, we need to be active. This is how we take our power back. This is how we make the world what we want it to be. If we just doom ourselves into our anxiety, the bad guys win. So what we need to do is try to channel those feelings into action. That's what we're trying to do. You know, outside of just like distracting yourself, doing, you know, synaptic, like biometric feedback, just like regulating your body and managing your anxiety in a physiological way. It's just like, okay, that only goes so far. It's like the world I live in is actually becoming dangerous to me. It's time to do something about it. We go over how to avoid hyper-independence as a parent. Oh, yes. Because this was a question that was asked, and let's talk about it. How we can avoid instilling hyper-independence into our kids. I would just say, We want to teach our children how to be independent because it's all about balance. You know, we don't want them to be overly dependent. We don't want them to become too overly reliant to the point where they feel like they can't do anything without somebody else being there. But we also don't want them to feel like they have to do everything on their own. So I would just reiterate early and often with children, it's okay to ask for help. Asking for help is a strength. But then I would also give them opportunities to solve problems on their own. Because what you may find is there will be situations where your child might be doing something and you feel like this is something that they know how to do. This is something that they can do on their own, and maybe they want to ask you for help for it. One of the ways that I've been taught to teach people about things like this is when you see the child trying to do something on their own, before you just step in and immediately offer help when they ask for help, just let them know, be like, I'm here to help you if you have any questions, or I'm here to help you if you really need it, but I'd like you to try on your own first. So you're letting them know that I am here to help you if you need it, but it's also okay to try things on your own. And then, you know, if they do it and they're able to say, look, I did it on my own. It's like, that can be you can celebrate that together. As long as you play an active part in your child's growth and development and you're invested in their development, they're gonna more often than not turn out just fine. It's when we're dismissive, it's when we're disconnected that children really struggle. Because they feel like I have to be independent because no one is addressing my needs. Should I channel the feelings into opening up to Republicans and listening to them because the election process, they were right about what most people want? No, okay. They really weren't. They really weren't, like, support of things like universal healthcare. What I would recommend doing is if you want to be a part of universally liked and also help those topics, well, maybe healthcare would actually cost less money than our current. I have some sources to back that up. Would you like to look at them? Yep. Like, I feel like there's also a good age for it too. Like, depending on the task that you're trying to get them to do, it's like there's a good age for it as well. It's like teaching them how to tie their shoes. You know, you teach a kid how to tie their shoes and they'll be like, I don't want to tie my shoes, you tie my shoes. Well, you know how to tie your shoes, show me how you do it. I want to see you do it. You know, just be encouraged, show some excitement, be like, I want to see you tie your shoes, and then be like, yay, you tied your shoes. You know, be happy for them, celebrate that win with them. And then they don't ask you to tie their shoes anymore. So you don't tell them that they're an idiot like my parent did? Takes one to know one. You know what I mean? That'd be my response. Like, you're gonna call me an idiot? Takes one to know one. But no, I feel like also parents who curse and swear and use insults with their children just aren't emotionally aware. They're just not. They're emotionally immature. They're just children raising children. You know, I don't have children, but one of my first big boy jobs in the psychology field was to teach parents how to be better parents. These were parents who were at risk of having their children removed from the home by the state. And I had to go in and I had to try to intervene. I had to teach them how to be better parents so that they could keep their parental rights. Talk about a high-stress situation. But doing that job, I learned a lot about how to be a better parent for children. I learned a lot of useful skills on how to raise a kid. That's a tough job. Yeah, that's why I couldn't do it forever. The story why I left that job is pretty sad, but I won't tell it to you today. Unless you really want to hear a sad story. What is the psychology of dressing and looking bad on purpose? I tend to do this to avoid unnecessary attraction as I don't want to look too good. That is a lot of it, what has to do with it. That is a lot of what actually goes into it. We do it to avoid unnecessary attention. Now, this is a bit of an extreme example, but this example should explain why this happens. Think about an unhoused or a homeless person. One of the things that they will often do as a means of protecting themselves and creating a sort of barrier is they will, have poor hygiene, or they will wear the same clothes over and over because it keeps other people away from them as a way of protecting themselves from harm. And so that really is what it is we are trying to avoid attention. It really is just as simple as that. Now, the reasons why we want to avoid attention, that can vary depending on who we are and what our motivations are. So that depends. Why do we want to avoid attention? Ever do live questions? Example, someone is on call with you during the question process. I've taken calls before, and I might do it again in the future. I'm not anti taking calls, if I were, I would have to structure it and do a time limit and stuff, because in the past it was just kind of more done more freely. And sometimes we would have people call and they would be on a call for a while. So isn't necessarily a bad thing, but sometimes it's you got other people who would like to talk as well. I'm not talking about you though. I'm not talking about anybody here, don't worry. Easier to succinctly reply to text instead of voice. See, I agree, and I will just be completely honest. Sometimes whenever I'm listening to somebody talk, I have a harder time paying attention. Am I scared of the next 4 years? I'm optimistic, actually. Because I feel like in order for meaningful change to happen in this country, things have to get worse before they get better. Because it's been shown time and time again that people in governmental positions don't actually care about progressive policies, but the people want progressive policies. And there's a growing voice amongst progressive-minded people, and that gives me hope. Substitute Scholar, I was talking about tissue tolerance earlier. I thought of you when I did it. Yeah, I might do call-ins in the future. I don't know. I'll think about it. I just feel like... We'll see. We'll see where things go. I'm sure people would like to call in, but sometimes I just find it easier to just keep it to text, but we'll see. Hi, Josh and chat. I'm gay. Hi, gay. In a good way? Yes, in a good way. No, we were talking about exposure to different stimuli as a means of overcoming agoraphobia. And I was talking about tissue tolerance, and I was like, Substitute Scholar would like to hear this. What is Trump putting tariffs on? Basically anything that's not made in the United States. It also just goes to show that he doesn't know how tariffs work. I got over my agoraphobia by wearing a mask in public. That is one thing you can try. I could see how that would be helpful. Like a Halloween mask. Oh, like a... like I'm gonna go outside dressed as Ghostface. I'm late diagnosed. I'm late diagnosed high masking autistic and always had special needs that weren't met. I started meeting a lot of my own needs really young and being the only person I could rely on because talking to people never made me feel better, and I always felt profoundly misunderstood, largely because I didn't even understand myself and struggled to communicate what was going on. Anyway, as a teen, I started to daydream a lot and would create intricate scenarios and sort of invented an internal therapist to speak to. Parents would take me to a real one, LOL. Who was based on empathetic people / characters I read about or saw online or writings that resonated with me. You know, this person was you. This is you. You're asking you these things. You are the good person. You are your own therapist. all these things that you took from other people, that you learned from other people, they were reflected within you. And then this is a great way to like personify your, you know, self-reliance, your way to like an internal mentor. I've been sort of doing this for a long time and often daydream my own support systems and connections where I struggle to find them in real life. I've read that this could be called maladaptive daydreaming, but I'm wondering if it might actually be adaptive in the case that there might really be no/very little proper support for or understanding in a world not designed for my needs/neurotype. Alright, let me just say that no matter how unique you are, there are people like you. There are people you can connect with, there are people that you can resonate with, even if they aren't exactly the same, they are close enough, and you have common shared experiences and feelings. Now, I would say that this is maladaptive because when you train on your own, you only reinforce your errors. You need other people to offer different perspective, different opinions, so that you can see things from a different point of view. Otherwise, you're only reinforcing your own point of view, and that might not be correct. I can see it being an issue if it becomes an internal echo chamber, but I do actually have my daydream characters challenge me, and we have uncomfortable conversations. It's just safer with them because they turn back into nothing at the end, and if I miscommunicate something, I can just shake the Etch-a-Sketch and try again. Anyway, I'd just love to hear people's thoughts or input on this. I hope it wasn't too long of a read. Thank you so much. I feel like what life is really all about is growing closer to other people. This just really goes to show that we can live a satisfying and fulfilling life all on our own. But there are some things in life that just make it much more enjoyable. Think about the feeling of joy. Isn't joy a sensation that is best shared with someone else? Like, would you rather go to the theme park? Would you rather go ride roller coasters all alone? Or would you rather do it with someone else so you could see how they feel, see their excitement, see their joy, and then it can enhance your feelings as well? Life is best enjoyed in good company. So find your tribe, find the people that resonate with you. They are out there. Maybe you could find some here. Sorry for writing an essay. Oh. Yeah, we're not a cult, we're an intentional community. It's different. I think it's good that you challenge yourself. It's also good that you support yourself. But let's look beyond that. You know, we can also get this from other people. We can engage in these same types of conversations and dialogues with other people. There are people who want to get to know you. There are people who want to understand you better. You just gotta find them. And they are out there, believe me. Many of us have had to be our own therapists from a young age. You're far from alone in that. Like, how do you think I got so good at it? I mean, if you think I'm good at it. I think I'm okay. I'm pretty good. I hate being independent. I want a man so he can tell me what to do while he holds me in his arms. Independence, so boring. I don't think, like, some people like it. Some people like being told what to do, and I think that's fine. You know, if that's what's your thing, that's great. You know, if that works for you, perfect. I personally, I prefer it when we talk about what we should do together. I like it when it's more of a team thing. You know, and it's interdependence. It's not independence, it's not dependence, it's in between. It's interdependence. I can be independent when I need to be, I can lean on you for help when I need it, etc. You can lean on me, I can lean on you. I feel like that flexibility is what lends to a long-lasting and satisfying relationship. Because sometimes when we're in relationships, when it's just like we want somebody to tell us what to do, they may end up becoming resentful. They're like, why can't this person do anything on their own? Why do I have to tell them what to do every time? It's like, why can't they make a choice? Why can't they make a decision? You know, you don't want that to happen. It could happen. I'm not saying it will, but I'm saying it could. The thing is, I want that too, but I am hyper independent as well, so I don't get to trust anyone and have that. I'm not a dommy mommy, I'm a sassy sub. Nobody even told me that they liked my sweater. I thought you'd like my sweater today. Just goes to show me I don't know everything. It can take time to find a group. I pretty much cut off 2 dudes in my social circle because they have anger issues and tried to do pecking order BS. Yep. Like, that's just not a group you want to be in. You know what I mean? Like, hey, Quirk Charm, thank you for the 20 months. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Next time a guy at work shows any kind of interest in me, I'm just going to say I'm a socialist, and if that doesn't bother them and they don't want to fix me, then I might be able to trust them. That's a great litmus test. You know, if you say that and they're like, me too, comrade, that's a good sign. We're all comrades here, okay? We're all comrades here. We believe in solidarity. So if you're here, you're amongst friends. Also, we welcome anyone here as a friend until they give us a reason to not be their friend. I can't advertise my socialist values where I live. Too many people with guns. They're like, there's a socialist, get him! Yeah, you might, in some areas, you might want to be careful with who you give that information. You know what you do is you have conversation with these people. This is, you know, we talked about this. We had a presentation where we talked about how to talk to people that vote against their own best interests. And one of the best ways to actually engage with these people is to engage in a Socratic dialogue with them. Use open-ended questions instead of just telling them, I am this label, because then in their mind they're going to say, oh, you're of that. We want to... Things like, what do you like to see education and stuff? Because they have you're some type of person just based on that label. It happens to me all the time. I get people who don't even know me, just random people on the internet. They come in here and they just have this mental idea of who I must be. And I'm like, you don't even know me. You haven't talked to me. You just came in here and you started yelling at me for things that you assume that I believe. They make fun of Kamala for being a socialist. I wish Kamala was a socialist. She was... I wish she was the socialist nightmare that they kept painting her to be. I wish. I tell them my politics are that everyone should have food, water, shelter, clothing, and healthcare. And I agree, and I feel like most people agree with that. And if you say that to a person and they're like, well, actually, I don't think that people should have water. I think that... like, you have to work against people's cognitive biases. You have to work against people's pre-existing notions of what socialism is. Because it's just this boogeyman. And so there's a way to talk about it, and there's a way to actually like encourage progressive thinking within people. You just have to be careful about how you do it, because you don't want to, fall into a trap that was set by the, all of the fear mongering that they've been subjected to. Wishing you cuties a beautiful day. Thank you, girl one. Love is real. Spread kindness like confetti. How would you describe or define what love is? I'm gonna take a whole week sometime to just do presentations that are centered around the concept of love, because there really is a lot that goes into it. Love can hurt, but it is worth the hurt. Because it feels that good. Love feels like safety. Love feels like acceptance. It feels like understanding and appreciation. It feels like closeness. It feels like not having to explain yourself. Not having to justify your existence. Feeling welcomed. That's what love feels like to me. And I feel like that applies to many different types of love because there are different ways that we express love, and we call them different types of love. You have a love between friends, you have platonic love, you have romantic love, you have familial love. You can love a thing, you can love a tree, you can love a cat, you can love a dog, you can love a person. Just go deeper into the love that you do know and continue to go deeper into it, and what you'll come to find is that there is no end to it. You can continue to go deeper and deeper in. There's transpersonal love, which is total connection to the universe. Ooh, now we're getting big. Now we're getting out there. You love to see it. I also believe that you can love something so much that it hurts. Gavin Newsom seems like he supports socialism. The only thing that I know about Gavin Newsom, California. Yeah, I mean, California, for all of its flaws, all of its problems, I feel like, you know, I don't think we have a perfect progressive candidate. I don't think that we've met one yet. I think the closest thing we've found is Bernie Sanders. How can I learn to trust myself? I am super lazy, and how can I teach myself to trust myself when I fear failing into the sin of laziness? I fear not being able to wake up. I fear not doing enough. feel like trust is something that we build. Trust is something that we develop over time. I think what will be helpful is taking steps in that direction. You know, what are some things that you want to do? What are some things that you're trying to work on? And then while you're taking those steps, talk to yourself about it. So, you know, I did that thing. This was a good thing. I feel good that I did this. This was something I needed to do. I had what it took. The thing about trust in ourselves is that I feel like you do have trust in yourself. It's just trust in the wrong area. You don't have trust in your ability to succeed. You have trust in your ability to fail. And so in a way, you do have trust in yourself. It's just that it's trust in the wrong direction. So we need to reorient that trust. We need to reaffirm ourselves. We need to practice self-efficacy, the belief in our own ability to accomplish our goals. We learn to trust ourselves by trusting ourselves a little more every day. By stepping outside of our comfort zone, by looking after our own best needs, by taking good care of ourselves, by asking for help when we need it. Do you see what I mean? Like, do you see what I mean when I'm trying to say, like, you do trust in yourself, it's just misappropriated. It's like you're trusting in laziness to keep you safe. And we need to reorient that trust into our own capabilities. Just don't give up. Just keep trying. And celebrate your successes along the way. That's how you build trust in yourself. How do I get in touch with my feminine side as a female? Ladies, I'm gonna need your help on this one. The last thing I want to do is to mansplain to a woman how to be a woman. Oh, but seriously, let me take a crack at it. How do I get in touch with my feminine side as a female? My therapist asked me if I had any friends who were girls growing up. I'm not sure what the implication that is. Maybe I'm too blunt, straightforward. How does one cultivate femininity? Grew up in a very rigid structure. My dad didn't want a daughter. I guess what I think about this is, what is femininity to you? Because I feel like if you were to find 100 women and you were to ask every single one of them, what does femininity look like? You would get a lot of different answers. You might get a lot of the same answer, but you would also get a lot of different answers. Because there's not one true definition of what femininity is, of what masculinity is. It's just, what is the general overarching concepts, the statistical averages. So a meaningful and important gesture to make is to take time to think about, what does femininity look like to me? Because for some people, femininity is flowers and dresses and makeup and high heels. And for some people, femininity is independence and intelligence and resourcefulness and craftiness. You know, there's many different ways that we could look at what it means to be feminine. So what does it mean to you? This is the same thing that I would say to a man who said that they're struggling with their masculinity. I'm like, what does masculinity mean to you? What does it look like to you? How do you define femininity? Because I think what's most important is celebrating yourself as you are genuinely. You want to be your most genuine self. That is how you will know the most joy in life. But let's say that, you want to get more in touch with your feminine side. Just explore it. Explore it. Just see what it looks like. When you think of femininity, what comes to mind? Is it that you want to get new shoes? You want to get a new dress? You want to, just do other like stereotypical feminine aligned things? Or, because when you really think about femininity, masculinity, it's like the lines have been blurred. The lines have been blurred. We're approaching a future where we are transcending beyond masculine and feminine gender stereotypes. Men can wear dresses, men can do makeup, men can wear high heels, women can chop wood and shoot guns. They can drive race cars, they can fly spaceships. So be who you want to be. And don't hold yourself to society's expectations on who you should be. As far as what your therapist meant when they asked you if you had any friends who were girls growing up, they were just trying to get you to think about what being a girl was growing up. Like, what did you learn from other girls when you were a young girl? Like, what did they do? They were just trying to get you to think about your experiences hanging out with other girls. That's what they were trying to do. They wanted to know, have you hung out with other girls? Like, what did they do? Like, what did you associate with being a girl? I've always been incredibly tomboyish, straightforward, and blunt, and a lot of the world thinks that is wrong. I was constantly told by my mother that my mouth was my biggest sin. I was 24 years old and I learned my bluntness and straightforward communication is probably my biggest strength regardless of my gender. Absolutely. You know what? I hate to hear it when it's like, my parent didn't want a child like me. That just, it really makes me sad. It's like, a child is a blessing. Not everybody can have children. Not everybody gets that chance. You should celebrate the child that you have. No matter who they are. Right? Like, what a damaging thing to say to a child. I wish you were different. I wish you weren't born the way you were born. Also, doesn't your dad recognize that it's actually the male who determines the gender of the child? Like, whether they get the X chromosome or the Y chromosome, that's actually. So it's actually his fault? Like, Dad, if you wanted me to be a boy, you should have given me a Y chromosome. Why'd you give me an X chromosome, Dad? I thought you. You didn't want a daughter? Why'd you give me an X chromosome? It's like King Henry VIII. King Henry VIII kept killing his wives because they kept giving birth to daughters, but it actually had nothing to do with them. It was him. It was his because that's just how DNA works. So I just got back from a very small family get-together for my birthday. I'm not sure how to best ask this question, so I'll describe some things that happened. She got me a mushroom-shaped pillow. I thought it was cool, but all she could focus on was the stem not being fluffy enough. She got me a cool, soft blanket with mushrooms and other nature things on it, but all she could talk about was the crease that was on it from being shipped, and that it was a lot smaller than she thought. We got Indian food to celebrate, and she was so upset that they put two people's rice in one container, so you had to split what was inside the container. She was also upset that all of the naans were packaged together and not individually wrapped per person. Who does that? What restaurant does that, though? I don't know restaurants do this. You're making problems where there aren't problems to be seen. Like, if you get rice, they give you a big order of rice. If you get naan, they put it all together. They're not going to individually package every single bit of bread. It's like, ooh, Olive Garden, you gave me breadsticks, but you didn't individually wrap every single breadstick? It sounds like a fun person to be hanging around with. They sound very anxious. We tried to play Harry Potter Clue, but my brother had his 2-year-old. I know my mom has ADHD, so she has a hard time hearing the rules, but then she was just put out the rest of the game. If she moved towards her spaces in the game and landed on a spot where you don't do anything, she would get bummed out. Her facial expressions always reflect how she's feeling, and it can. She's basically always disappointed and finds fault in everything. It's so exhausting, and I'm starting to feel down now by it. Now I'm starting to feel down now that I'm home. I try to steer things to a positive, to the positive in general, and always tried to push that I loved the gifts, but that didn't seem to matter. What causes someone to be like this? She is always like this. I can only describe it as her having an immature, childlike attitude. It's an anxiety thing. It's a hyperfixation on perceived flaws. It's a manifestation of our anxiety. What I would do, because this is what I would do with my mom, if my mom was doing this, is I would pull her aside, I would have a one-on-one conversation, and I would say, Mom, listen. You're focusing too much on the negative. It's okay. I love the gifts. I feel like you're just feeling a bit anxious, and you're hyperfixating on the flaws. But really, it's okay. Just give her some reassurance. Harry Potter Clue, like Ron killed Malfoy in the Chamber of Secrets with a butterbeer bottle. Yep. Ginny Weasley killed Cho Chang in the observatory with the Avada Kedavra? It's too bad that doesn't seem to help. I feel like I have to constantly reassure her. All you can do is keep trying. All you can do is be consistent. Just let her know, like, hey, mom, like, remember the vibes. I'm trying to gently redirect her to the positive. And I went and I talked to somebody about it, and it got better. That's a great way to talk to somebody about it, and it got better. And she seems to be semi-open, but always goes back to the cop. Not something you'd have to do for years. Talk about it. It's your brain. It's your mental health. It's worth it. Twitch really is bugging out today. I keep getting these incremental frame drops. I feel meant to... Might even have some free visits on her insurance. If she's working, she might also have some free visits as a part of her employment. A lot of jobs have, like, you can go and talk to somebody free, like, as a part of the job. Like, if you want me to speed run it, like, the goal that she would try to learn is she wants to recognize, like, before she says something, because she's just saying stuff without realizing the way that it's going to affect everybody else's mood, she needs to pause herself, play it out in her head, and ask herself, is this going to enhance the vibes, or is this going to dampen the vibes? Is this going to lift the vibes, or is this going to lower the vibes? And what is she trying to do with the vibes? Sometimes the vibes need to be lowered. Sometimes the vibes should just be consistent. And sometimes the vibes need to be brought up. So she just needs to practice, like, pausing herself before she speaks, to recognize the way that how she is going to speak is going to influence the mood of the people around her. I feel mentally like a 14-year-old girl, yet I'm 22. Feel so clueless, just want to believe in myself. There's moments where I think I'm smart, but I don't know. Then I get reminded about what I really am. You are growing, all right? And it's totally normal to feel this way at the age that you are. Chat, just by a show of hands, how many of you also felt this way when you were 22? How many of you still feel this way sometimes now, even though you might be older than 22? This isn't unusual. And this is actually something important to talk about, so I'm glad you brought it up. So talk to people about it. Talk to people how you feel this way, you know, and allow other people to support you and uplift you. You're not alone in this, and you don't need to be alone in this. You're still cooking, don't worry. You're still cooking, don't worry. I'm 32 and I just played 6 straight hours of Rock Band with the besties yesterday. That sounds sick. This election made me realize that people are just totally alienated from each other. A lot of people want their lives to be comfortable at the expense of everyone else. It's almost like they want to go back to the womb where they were perfectly safe and all their needs were met. I mean, can you blame them? That sounds pretty sick. Just, I'm floating in warm fluid, safe and cozy. All of my nutrients are pumped into my belly button and I can just float? Hell yeah. That sounds sick. But I mean, unfortunately, we got life to live. I don't think humanity will grow out of its infancy unless we get to a point where ignoring another person's suffering is unthinkable. And I feel like a lot of people feel that way, and we just need to continue reiterating it, and we just need to continue spreading these ideas. Because these ideas make sense. A sense of cooperation and solidarity needs to be deeply ingrained in us if we're going to grow up. And that's why we're here practicing it. That's why we're here preaching it. Cooperation and solidarity, that's what we're all about. That's what we're all about. So don't worry, there are others out there like you. Some of them are closer than you may realize. I think humanity still has a lot of growing to do, and I feel like humanity will have growing pains as it grows. But some older people think games are an illness and the cause of all their children's problems, and yet they watch Fox News for 20 hours a day. So just... we don't really want to take advice and judgment from people who lack self-awareness. Video games are ruining society. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to get back to watching Sean Hannity. He was just telling me about why I should be more afraid of brown people. Chat, I'm gonna mix it up a little bit. How are you feeling? I know you're not used to seeing the wheel come out this late in the stream. I just wanted to check in with you. How you doing? How are we doing out here? I'm vibing. Where's vibing on the wheel? Is vibing on the wheel? Can we get a new wheel here? Can we get a new wheel out here, please? I need vibing on the wheel. Vibe is in the middle. You're right. Vibing is... it's right here. This is where we vibe. Right in the middle of the wheel. Ever been so frustrated you just laugh about it? That's actually a really good way to handle frustration. Laugh about it. You know, that's what I do when I catch myself getting mad. I think it's funny that I got so mad. I'm like, oh, that's funny. That's funny that I let that get to me so much that it got such a rise out of me. That's actually hilarious. So if you would say that you're not feeling particularly good right now, if you're feeling dismayed or depressed, insecure, anxious, where do you want to be on the wheel? Where are you working towards? What direction are you headed in? If we're trying to change course, it helps to know where we're coming from, and it helps to know where we're trying to go. And what's one thing that you can do today to help nudge you in that direction? I'm not sad, but I'm kind of empty. Cutie Cheeks is depressed. I need all hands on deck. This is not a drill. Here, how about this, chat? Let's do some manifesting. Let's manifest some positive vibes. I'm curious, is empty/numb an actual emotion or a suppression of a different one? It's almost like the absence of any. Like, depression isn't always just sadness. Sometimes depression is numbness or emptiness. Disconnectedness. Keep manifesting. Keep manifesting. Manifest it until you feel it. Do you feel it? Do you feel it? I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it. every little meditating orange cat I see in the chat. What are we manifesting? Positive vibes. One of the things that I found really helpful when I was feeling depressed was to ask myself, in what ways am I contributing to my depression? I know that I'm not the only reason why I'm depressed. I'm depressed because there are other things in my life that are factoring into my depression. But in what ways am I contributing to it? Am I not taking good care of myself? Am I not talking with friends? Am I isolating? Am I shutting myself off? Am I not getting enough exercise? Am I eating like shit? Because those are all things that I can do something about. If you want to win the war against depression, you can't outlast it. Depression is going to outlast you. You gotta strike back. You gotta take steps. You gotta do stuff to push back against it. Even if you have to force it, it may help. That's one of the things that's so frustrating for me to teach people in mental health, is that sometimes there is no other alternative. Sometimes you simply have to force it. Even though it feels like it's going to be hard, even though it feels like it's going to be impossible, if you want to see better for yourself, you actually have to go out and do the thing. Okay, I'm gonna put in a load of towels. A slight weight has been lifted. We open our eyes now. I've been manifesting for like 3 minutes now. Just a little longer. Just a little longer. Only Positive Vibe is a powerful manifester, so I'm gonna take advantage of that while I have you. I mean, it's depression versus cutie cheeks. Like, my money is on cutie cheeks any day of the week. Like good luck depression. You're gonna need it. I just met up with friends and we watched The Substance and ate pizza. It's crazy how much better I feel now. See? It works. And then depression will make you forget it. So next time you're feeling depressed, please just remember that this happened. Like, make a mental bookmark for yourself. Make a mental note of this. The next time depression tries to trick your ass. Because that's what depression's gonna do. It's gonna say, I shouldn't hang out with my friends. They don't want to see me. They don't want to watch movies with me. They don't want to eat pizza with me. And then you say, fuck off. Not today, Satan. Not today, Satan. Not tomorrow either. I had to look this up. apparently in German, there's a word that means a mental note. Well, that just means note. Oh. I don't know, which one would be closer? Mental bookmark?
Are these Fritos ready? Because Grandma's hungry.
Oh, I'm about to pull them out. I gotta broil them so I can get a sauce on there. But yeah, they're cooked.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll be right out.
Okay.
I was just about to end it. You know what I mean, though? Like, bookmark your happy moments, bookmark your joyous moments, and then look back on them the next time you're feeling down. Because when you're feeling down, one of the things that your brain does to yourself is it makes it really hard to remember those things. It makes them feel like they never happened or that they could never happen again. And this is just one of the ways that depression is a lying ass bitch. So don't believe it. Don't believe its lies. It's gonna deceive you. Depression tells you one thing, just do the opposite thing. It's a great practice. Just depression tells you to do one thing, do the exact opposite of that thing. All right, everybody. We're gonna wrap it up today because Grandma came over to visit and Grandma is hungry, so I gotta go finish dinner. Grandma's here and Grandma is hungry, so I'm gonna go finish making dinner. I will be back again tomorrow. I gotta go feed Grandma. Have a great night, everybody. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for being here. See you all next time. I'll be back tomorrow. Goodbye.